Everybody, it's great to be here, and thank you folk for coming out. It's tremendous. We've got a fair crowd, so I appreciate that. We should try and keep ourselves to time, and I wonder if folk would join me, please, in saying the karakia, which I think you've also got up in front of you. I'd encourage you all to join in, please. Whakataka te hou ki te uru, whakataka te hou ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai, ehi ake ane te akatura, e tio, e huka, e hohu, tihi moriora. Thank you. Always great to do a karakia. It centres you in on the fact that you've got a meeting to get through. So appreciate everybody being here. I just wanted to make a couple of comments, if I could, at the start. Mainly because actually perhaps the last meeting I wasn't quite clear on firstly my welcome to all members of council here, and also to those of you that aren't formally members but choose to be here, and I am deeply appreciative that you have the interest. But I also note that Tony has encouraged me, and we will have moved the agenda so that, particularly as we deal with the PX item, if there are other members or other colleagues of yours that wish to come, I think we are able to accommodate that. So more on the agenda in a few moments. So look, I appreciate the fact that I have a broader interest. I would just like to set a couple of ground rules though, please, because I think it's reasonably important to recognise how we go. I want my committee members to do the work. We're here to do a job, and we'll talk more about that job a wee bit later on. And so in terms of my running of the meeting, I am keen that committee members speak first. I need to hear their questions and their comments. We all need to hear their questions and comments first. Then I am more than comfortable, and I'm conscious, Rebecca, you're here, Sarah, you're here. I would very much welcome your comments after that. I noted at our last meeting, over some matters, there was probably a wee bit of time management that needed to come into play. And so I guess I'm really reflecting, while I appreciate all members being here, I will need to prioritise the questions and comments of my committee members first, and they will be prioritised. So I hope that's okay, but I just want to let that be known, just so that we can be clear that you're most welcome, but there's also a need that the committee does its work, and I want my committee to work really hard, as we will today. Right, thank you for that. There might be, I don't know if there's any response to that. I'm not necessarily expecting a response, but I just thought it would be useful that I'm clear on actually how I'm keen to see the meeting run, if that's okay. Apologies. Now, Marcella, we have, John is not here, and Pui Kelly is not here either. So we're down a couple. We do have a couple online. I think I've seen Tori and Iona. Are there any other apologies? People can stay for the day? Oh, okay. Oh, Laurie, sorry, you're there too, Laurie. Great to see you as well. We can all stay? Brilliant. So look, we've got John, we've got the two apologies. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Tony. All those in favour, use your machines. I always get caught out on this, don't I? I always get caught out. Thank you. I think I've been upgraded to learn that it actually is a remote. Press your remote. Thank you very much. Motion is carried. Thank you.
Quite still waiting for.
Oh, Iona can do that? Brilliant. How did she do that? It's a powerful remote. Wow, amazing. Oh, strength. Okay. Right. Well done, Iona. Thank you. Good to know that you're in the meeting. That's wonderful. Any matters that are coming up in the papers that you need to note your interest for?
Just get used to this, I guess. Just one from me. I more an interest, not a conflict, but the insurance report mentions the National Seismic Hazard Model, which GNS Science, along with other CRIs, produced, and I'm a director on that Ground Research Institute.
Thank you, Wendy. And I think as we discussed, I don't think there's any thing that, as you say, that would create that interest into a conflict as far as this is concerned. As always, I'd encourage you, if you feel uncomfortable, let us know. Otherwise, I'd invite you to stay for the item. I think it's relevant. Can we move then to the minutes of our last meeting, please? I'll move from the chair that the minutes of the 11th of October are taken as a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Tony. Were there any matters of correctness, accuracy, or need made? There's none. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Oh. There is a certain efficiency sometimes in the voice rather than the remote. Can I be honest? No, I can't vote. Can I?
That way.
Oh, that way.
Yeah. You've got it.
I got it there. Brilliant. I wanted to vote twice, actually. But anyway, there we go. Thank you very much. I haven't been informed of any items that are not on the agenda, nor any member of the public seeking to participate. We will just reorder the agenda as I have prefaced in my opening comments, and we have brought forward the PX session involving the taking update and the legal and risk updates to straight after dealing with the LTP and the management report from Audit New Zealand. I think, Tony, that accords with your desire. That gives a chance for other colleagues to join us if that is what they're choosing to do. And then we will follow through with the rest of the items as we anticipate. Right, if we could start with our general business, and the first item is 2.1, which is the Audit New Zealand Governing Body Report. What in my days, Karen, which is known as a management report. But can I invite you to come forward along with whichever staff member would choose to speak to that, please? You're welcome. Can you come to the table? Is there a problem here? And Laura, you need to come too. You're part of the team. Richard, it's you. Right, brilliant. Okay. Richard, I presume it's relevant for you to open preliminaries, but I suspect the real star act is Karen. So if we could have your lead, please, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair. My role in this was to coordinate the management responses, make sure that they were adequate to the findings that Karen made in her report. So I'll leave it to Karen to talk about the substance.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And welcome, Karen. Welcome, Laura. It's great to have you here for the course of the meeting. So, yes, please, your management report on last year.
Okay. I'll take the management report as read, and I thought the cover sheet by the officers summed it up really well, actually. So we've completed the audit for 22-23. We issued the audit opinion on the 25th of October, and pleased to be reporting back on the audit, which includes the areas of emphasis for the year. But I'll start with saying that we reviewed the control environment, and that includes the information systems control environment, and we found it to be effective over both financial and performance reporting. With the control environment being effective, we also reviewed the controls we intended to place reliance on over various systems, and we found them also to be effective, so we were able to adopt a controls approach over the balances when it was effective to do so. We have not raised any new recommendations. We followed up previous progress made on previous recommendations as well, and we have recommended that the Council continue to work on those which remain open. During our audit, we looked at, we provided an audit response to the areas of focus on the audit. We found that the information provided by the Council was generally very good, and we were able to work effectively with Council to close off those items.
Brilliant.
welcome any questions.
No, that's fine. We'll I think find what the questions are. I've got a couple. But members, do we have questions for? If I could stick to my plan, obviously Ray, Tony, Wendy, and I got Tori and Ona behind me. Oh, Ona has. Thank you, Ona. Lead the batting, please. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for that, Bruce, and apologies everyone for my croaky voice. I'm a bit sick. Look, there's some really good things in there, Karen and team, so thank you so much. I've just got 3 questions. The first thing is around the greenhouse gas emissions. I just wonder what other councils are doing to measure, because it seems like we're having a few issues and we haven't got any. While the council officers are getting some more data, it's not absolutely sure. So I was just wondering what's best practice.
So standards, methodology and best practice are evolving. It's fair to say that the council has set itself quite an agenda and a target to meet over the next few years. Council is one of amongst those entities who are leading the work in this area.
Okay.
Laura, with your broader view across the sector, is anybody getting Scope 3 greenhouse gas disclosures through an audited opinion unmodified? That might be an unfair question, but you're here, so I'm going to ask you.
Not yet in the sector, no. As I say, there's a few councils that are forging ahead and leading in this space, which is great to see, but it's very much on a journey. So yeah, there isn't best practice as such at the moment.
So look, if I could just confirm that, Iona, as far as I'm aware, and I think you're confirming this, both of you, the greenhouse gas challenge of reporting in a way that can be externally verified for Scope 3 in particular, Iona, is still problematic. And I think effectively, if we were casting our eyes forward to the next annual report, there's probably a challenge for us to be able to remove that modification at this stage. Thank you.
Yes, and that's all fair enough, and it might be good to comment on that, just saying that it is a struggle. That's all good. To Toi Mahana, Karen, I presume I just need to ask this question next year, but there is significant costs coming up to upgrade and earthquake strengthen the properties. Have you had any oversight of that issue this year, or is that really for next year?
So the council, in its long-term plan for 2021-31, provided funding and budget to ensure healthy homes compliant, and also to upgrade the housing assets, and it has continued to do that this year.
Okay, next year question then. And just the last question, in terms of the water performance, obviously it's still tricky. Do you think overall that there is some improvement and they'll eventually get there?
Councillor, I presume you're referring to the complaints, 3 water measures for which we've qualified the council for the last 3 years. Is that right?
Yeah, but I just think generally overall, I was just interested whether you think they're improving.
So our overall comment is there was a prior period error to do with the response time measures, which Wellington Water advised its shareholding councils of. Those measures are material, so as a result, some prior period, some restated disclosures were required in this year's annual report. And what I mean by that is there was full disclosure of what was reported last year on the response times for the 3 waters, and then the restated result together with an explanation of what happened and what Wellington Water did to address the accuracy of what had reported last year to shareholding councils.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah.
So, committee members, any further questions for Karen, Ray, Tony, Wendy, Tori? No? Sarah and Rebecca, have you got questions you'd like to ask? Because I'm going to go last. So, Vera, it's interesting, by the way, the prior period error. Slightly pointed one. I know as an auditor I never liked the prior period error because I probably audited the prior year myself. And I just would note that. I did want to follow up on that, though, because, Richard, I'm really interested in the response of the organisation to this. In essence, we kicked for touch in the sense that we were backing water reform to take the problem away from us. I suspect we have to put Plan B into action now. Now, I'm still a wee bit presumptuous, but one assumes in the 100 days reform has stopped. Are we planning on putting into play Plan B, which is, in other words, Iona's question, fixing the problem?
Perhaps if I respond to that, Bruce and Andrea might want to jump in as well. So in terms of the LTP, obviously, there's legislation that prescribes all of that. But in effect, we've been running alongside, in effect, a work with Wellington Water looking at what a 10-year and beyond might look like, and kind of hedging our bets, I guess, would be the right expression in terms of where we actually land. But, to kind of ignore it and then have to swing in and kind of do that work, that wouldn't actually be that wise. So we have been working closely with Wellington Water to extract good asset management information and financial information so that we're in a position to include that in an LTP should we need to. But Andrea, perhaps you might want to add something there.
Perhaps the only thing I would add is we're following closely what other councils are doing, so noting that Tauranga City Council are currently consulting, so following their process. Obviously, in any process that we follow for the long-term plan, we'll look to follow the current legislation at the time, but as Stephen has noted, we are sort of planning for different, for both scenarios and hedging it bet slightly, so that's the critical element for our long-term plan.
I appreciate that, and perhaps I haven't asked my question too well. All I'm trying to reflect is the issue could still be with us because it appears as if the political tide is turning, that we probably have these assets for a lot, that the Three Waters assets will function a lot longer, in which case we have this more glaring issue of the outstanding qualification over our complaints process, and we presumably want to deal with it. That's really all I'm trying to find out.
Can I just note that since July this year, Siobhan, Chief Infrastructure Officer, and myself have been coordinating with the other Wellington Water-based councils.
Oh, right.
So our colleagues from all of the other 6 shareholding councils are coordinating meetings so that we can work together with Wellington Water to ensure that we're all collectively requesting consistent information and that Wellington Water are not getting 6 different requests from 6 different councils.
Yeah, okay.
So we're looking to be as efficient and as effective as possible. That has also involved us being really clear around what is the minimum amount of information that we need to inform our long-term plan. And having discussions with the auditors, largely via Laura, just to say this is the route that we're trying to go down. This is what we're looking at. Of course, wanting to work as much as we can to make sure the solution that we're trying to put in place or the process that we're going to put in place does work. Obviously, auditors can't give us any assurance until actually they see what we come up with, and totally respect that process, but we've been trying to keep everyone in the loop. That work has taken a bit of a hiatus over the last sort of month, 2 months, as Wellington Water has been preparing the information, as Stephen alluded to. However, last week we reconvened the group, which also includes Wellington Water, to talk about, where are we at and what are the next steps. And one of those next steps was actually me reaching out to Laura to actually coordinate how we'll audit this information as well. So Lots of planned work going on behind the scenes to address that qualification. But, that will ultimately come down to the quality of information that Wellington Water hold on our behalf, and whether or not the auditors can get assurance over that. So, yeah.
Oh, look, that's really helpful. Thank you, Andrea. And really, you are doing. I mean, obviously, the response can only be it's the simplicity of a report versus actually what's happening behind the scenes, and that's comforting to know that the issue's been addressed. Ray.
Thanks very much for this, Andrea. You mentioned you've been talking to Tauranga. Are Tauranga ahead of us in discussions on water, and are there any takeouts from the discussions that we can actually use to, for our discussions with Wellington Water? Thank you.
Sorry, Ray, what I meant by Tauranga, so Tauranga City Council are actually consulting on their 24-34 long-term plan now. So they're significantly ahead of the sector. I understand that is due to the fact that the commissioners will finish up at a point in time, so they have to be ahead of, they're not in the normal election cycle that every other council, or the other 77 are. So they're consulting on their long-term plan. And consulting on the long-term plan, they have made assumptions that water reform will progress, because that's, of course, the legislative requirement at this point in time. So nothing in terms of how they're managing water. Of course, Tauranga manage water internally within the council. They don't have a CCO model like we do.
Iona.
Thanks, Bruce. Sorry, Andrea, just a quick question. Campbell Barry's been making some quite strong public comments about Wellington Water being sort of first cab off the rank to try the new National Party model. Are you having those sorts of conversations along with the politicians? Thank you.
I haven't seen what Campbell Barry has said. But as I think Stephen alluded to, we're certainly looking at what are the alternatives if the water reform doesn't proceed, and we're watching very carefully in that space. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, one final question. It's probably minor. If I was to look at the response that we have given on page 41 of the agenda, it says the recommendation was under information technology, the City Council review pathway users and their access rights, which is assessed as outstanding. Richard, I don't know whether I quite read the response right, but it sounds like we disagree.
I believe there's a response below that one to another point, which is internal users and strengthening access. I believe that response relates to both the pathway and the internal users. So work is being done there. I don't think there's a disagreement.
Okay, brilliant.
I can check and confirm.
Good. Okay, I may have read it too quickly or in the wrong way, but that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that assurance. Yes, Wendy.
Just on the back of that, I did note had a similar question about exactly that comment, and probably then a slightly broader question around the responses to the recommendations. Some of them are outstanding. You can see sort of timelines in some of them. But it would be great to have a clear, this is the target date. I know that Karen and team might not close it off until perhaps the interim audit, but I'm always a big believer in kind of this is the core hygiene, and can we have a target date and actually sort of be really clear about if there is an agreement or not. There's a little bit of a mixture, and I can get it through looking at the comments, but there's just how that information might come back to this committee, which allows us to track completion.
Sure. We'll come back during the year as well with our assurance update, which will track both internal and external audit recommendations. So you'll have an update that
target
way.
Dates.
Yeah, we'll put that
Wonderful.
in.
Thank you.
Right, I want to make some concluding comments, but is there any other outstanding question? Look, Karen, thank you for your report. And I want to finish actually on the assurances that you're giving us. And I think that's really important. You've talked about the control environment. You've talked about the fact that you can rely on the control environment to do your work, which for those that aren't in the audit business means it's in probably the most efficient way through them dealing with us. So that's of credit to the organisation that our control environment is one that is reliable, particularly from a financial function perspective. But I also wanted to just thank you, as I've known now for the last year or two, you've followed through on, and I'm looking here at pages 33 onwards, around procurement, contract management and project management. And I have found the work that you've done comforting, that is progressing on the right way. The first briefing I ever had from Barbara when I took over this job was, Bruce, I'm looking to rebuild and develop as a learning culture inside the organisation. These three areas are core to any territorial local authority, actually any local authority. And it's great that we are on the right track. So Barbara, you told me that was your goal. I'm glad to see that we're getting the right sort of responses from actually staff first, but actually you're able to affirm that from your work. I hope that you can keep your eye on that as we go forward. There's one or two things to do, but having said that, on the whole, it's an incredibly positive view. So Karen, Laura, thank you for your report. That's incredibly helpful. And Richard, thank you for the detailed responses from staff and the other explanations we've had today. Can I move to the recommendation, please, which is that we receive the information and that we note the content of the report. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Tony. Can you take your remotes, please, and vote? Are you voting for me, Steve? It snuck over this, and it snuck over this way. I thought he was going to vote for me. Am I allowed to laugh in a meeting? Yeah, I can. Sorry, Rebecca. I'm breaking decorum today, aren't I? Sorry. Rightio. Thank you for that. The motion is carried. Have we got no Ray? Are you voting on this one, buddy? Are you having trouble, are you, mate? Are you going to take a break? You did move the motion. It'd be helpful if you did vote. So, right. Can we please move to item 2.2, which is the long-term plan? So don't go away, Karen and Laura. And it looks like Baz and Lloyd are coming up, which is great. Thank you. So again, Lloyd, Baz, I'll let you guys lead off, but I suspect we need to also hear from Karen and Laura. Well, and Laura. We certainly need to hear from Laura. She's given us a paper, which I'd like to spend a few moments on.
Good morning, councillors. This is the second time that we've come before this committee to talk about the long-term plan and in its role as an assurance over the process and content of the long-term plan itself. And this time we're looking at not just the timeline around the long-term plan, but more focused on the audit program which is coming up. There are three audit windows that that you'll be seeing us go through, coming from December through to the end of the long-term plan or the adoption of it. And that's firstly the cold review, which is an opportunity for us to get feedback from the auditors around our levels of compliance, the quality of our information and so on. And that's an important process for us in terms of getting that initial feedback. And then there's the audit of the consultation document itself. And then after the adoption of the long-term plan, there's the audit of the long-term plan as well. Those are the three main windows that are sitting in there. And I think you'll see in your paper the timeline which sort of sits around that, that program sitting in there. We've been working with and continue to work with our auditors, with Karen and Audit New Zealand on that timeline, and we hope to finalise that within the coming weeks. And however, that timeline has already been given as an initial discussion with Karen, and she's indicated that she's broadly happy with that timeline. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, Karen.
You know she's going to get the question from me, so she can work out an answer.
And so that we hope to confirm that timeline very shortly. The other thing that's sitting in that paper, I think, which is just worthy of notice, is that the timelines on LTP audit are always tight. And there's no getting away from that. And one of the learnings from our previous LTPs is that we're putting a lot more effort this time into perhaps providing a briefing for our auditors up front and making sure that cold review, that we get the level of feedback that we need in terms of being able to develop, modify whatever we've been doing ourselves. So we've gone through a fairly rigorous process of identifying what we believe the auditors need, and we'll be providing them with a little, like a pre-election report, a pre-audit report brief, which I think will be helpful for them and particularly in the cold review itself. The other part of the process, it's key for us not to have too much rework in here because timelines are tight. So making sure that we have our ducks in a row and getting stuff to the auditors on time, but also them getting stuff to us in a time where we can react as well. So it's a bit of a partnership. It's a two-way agreement there, and we both have to make that work, given the timeline constraints that we put on there. And finally, so rework is the main risk that really sits in there. We've had an ongoing internal assurance program. Our steering committee is all over the information that goes through the LTP and will go out to audit as well. So we're pretty confident in our internal assurance processes around that there, and hopefully as we proceed through this process, we'll make it as smooth as we can, not just for this committee but for the audit as well. So I'll just stop there and really take the rest of the paper as read.
Thank you, Lloyd. Appreciate that. Look, I think it probably is good, and given we also have the other part to the paper, I would like to invite you, Laura, to speak to that. And probably at the end of it, Karen, there may be, well, you know the question I'm asking you. So there's the question about how the audit is fitting in with that. But Laura, again, to set the scene, you've given us some good information. Perhaps there's a few salient points you would like to make to your paper, please.
Yep. I knew when I was writing the paper that after I'd submitted it, everything would change. And then we had the government announcements on Friday. So, yes, that happened. But actually, most of what I've said in there remains the case. The areas of focus for the auditors, the uncertainty, of course, being around the timing and for how long water is included. But we are in the same position as the sector. We don't comment on policy, we have no view on that, so we're waiting for that direction. And of course we have to audit in accordance with the legislation which currently would be for water to move to the new water service entities. So very much caught by that. Very aware, DIA, Taitora will be making recommendations to the new minister and giving options around potential changes to timeframes and what that will look like. Hopefully that direction will be given by Christmas. But of course, although they have indicated they'll repeal the legislation, that's within the first 100 days. And if that happens, that would be at the same time as the consultation documents would be going out. So we need to know that direction before then. Yeah, so Tauranga City was mentioned as an example before, and because they have gone early, yes, their consultation document is based on having water for the first 2 years. However, they have included appendices and some information, I think, on their infrastructure strategy of what it would look like if we had 10 years. So there are ways of kind of, showing different scenarios, I guess, in this period of uncertainty. But hopefully we'll have more information for the rest of the councils before they go ahead with their audits. But yes, the areas of focus are the same. We recognise the context extremely challenging with the reforms, the changing government, and of course the affordability issue primarily as well. In terms of auditor engagement and LTP fees, a letter should come out to all council chief executives this week to explain how that will work, and then auditors looking to have those conversations before Christmas as well. So hopefully that will give some certainty in the short term at least. And just to reiterate the role of the Audit and Risk Committee really in terms of exercising that good governance and oversight over the LTP process as it's developed, good project management and so on, and providing that full comfort and assurance to full council that any LTP risks are being effectively managed and the project's keeping to timetable and so on. So that's just a quick summary, really, of the position we're in at the moment. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And before we do the questions, I've got firstly a comment from you, Karen, about the Lloyd has given a good reflection that this is still a bit of a moving feast, but actually things are tightening up. How are you placed from a perspective of at least the draft timelines we have here and the ability to deliver the audits in these timeframes, Karen?
We have the ability to do the audit. Broadly, the timeframes and timelines are what we expect. With LTP audits, there's very little wiggle room in actual fact. Everyone needs to go out to consultation by about April in order to make it by 30th of June. So they're broadly what we expect. I think it's pleasing to hear that the Council has prepared the documents which underline the consultation document in LTP this year as part of our work, which will commence before Christmas, is to complete our risk assessment and planning, which includes issuing an engagement letter to the Council for consideration. That engagement letter is similar to the audit plan for the annual report audit. So I think understanding risk issues and potential consultation items is quite key to being able to jump on it quickly. I expect that our risk assessment planning cold review will flow on to early next year, though, when our office reopens on the 10th of January.
Right, thank you. Barbara, I think it's something you'd like to help with us with over the whole LTP process.
Yes, through you, Chair. I think it's an appropriate time to also just note that Standard & Poor's have just yesterday affirmed our A++ long-term rating. To make a long story short, this rating is the highest rating for any council in New Zealand, this credit rating. And I'd like to simply acknowledge the work of Andrea Reeves, our CFO, and her team for the high-quality way in which they conducted this discussion with Standard & Poor's. I think it's also important to say publicly that this is actually an indication of the confidence Standard & Poor's have in the financial management and leadership of Wellington City Council. We should also note that the outlook on the long-term rating remains negative, and that is to be expected, but this is at a time when many other councils in New Zealand have experienced a downgrade. So it's worth, I just commend to the committee, we'll circulate this to those that have not seen it yet, but the update from Standard & Poor's is definitely worth reading because it gives us some strong guidance on what we need to keep our eye on through this long-term planning process. And Standard & Poor's will closely follow that and look closely at the final long-term plan at the end of June. But I just wanted to say I think this is really positive news for the council, and we'll work hard to keep it there.
They accelerate. That's great news, isn't it? Wonderful. Right, if I could open us up for questions. Iona, I think you've got your hand up, so if I lead off with you, please.
Thanks, Bruce, and well done, Barbara and team, for that rating. I just want to ask you, Laura, just to elaborate a bit more. Given it's very likely that we will continue with the water and the timeframe is so tight, is it really possible that we'll be able to prepare a long-term plan as long as the government makes an announcement before Christmas? Because it sounds tight.
I don't want to ask you to repeat that and talk again, but I just missed the last part of that.
Sorry. It's just, sorry, Laura. It's about timeliness. Just given that the government has made some very strong commitments to do things differently in terms of water, are we going to have time to do everything we need to do? Because it sounds tight from what you have said.
Yeah, it is tight, and we're, as I say, hoping for some more direction before Christmas. I think a lot of councils are kind of preparing for both scenarios, as it were. It's just, purely from the legislation, we have to stick to what is there currently. But yes, it would be prudent to think this is the direction of travel, and that's what to prepare for. But also, depending on what DIA and Taitora recommend and what the minister thinks of that one of the options on the table is to delay the LTP. There are several different options on the table at the moment. So that ranges from the status quo, sticking to the existing timetable, but potentially delaying it by up to a year as well. So if it's felt that, as you say, because timeframes are so tight and there's so much uncertainty, it's not doable for councils, to stick with the existing timeframe, then there may be some weight behind that argument, but we're, waiting to hear.
Okay, and the other thing I've got a question about is about climate change. It's good to see that the OAG is looking at all of this, but I worry that it's still quite narrowly focused on disaster management or trying to do prevention rather than looking at things like ability to pay, once insurance keeps going up or people's businesses take a hit because of climate change. So when you think about climate change, can you just talk about exactly what the impacts are you think are relevant? Thank you.
Yeah, it is still a focus for the auditors on climate change this time, as it was last round, and the expectation is that it's a broader focus. Things have moved on since initial indications, and climate change emergencies and so on being declared last time. So it's it does spread to considerations of if something happens, how will that be paid for? Council versus other parties, for example, and those considerations. So yes, that would be a feature of the audit as well.
Sorry, it's also just about, it's not about events so much, it's just about, given our way of life will change because we're going to have to make significant improvements to the way we do things. So for example, business will have to change. Is that being looked at, and how people are going to be able to afford to pay for things?
Could I jump in there, Laura? I've heard a number of presentations around the office's expectations around climate change, and I think Iona, the point is your questions are the right ones, but you're asking the wrong people, not the auditors. You should be asking us. Have we thought about the implications, and how does that affect our long-term plan? Because that's actually what I've heard as being the expectation from the office, is that in the intervening 3 years from the last LTP, we have presumably been monitoring and assessing the trends in climate change and how that should and could impact the council, the community, over the next 10 years. And that should feature in our LTP, is I think the strong message that I've heard from your office, Laura. So I think that's the real test, isn't it? What are we going to reflect in our LTP that reflects our learning culture and what we know about climate change and how that is or could be affecting our position that we have going forward?
Okay, so that's a neat way of putting it, Bruce. So I guess then that is a question for Barbara and Andrea to keep thinking about all of the impacts, and also it is about the destruction of our ecological systems too, not just climate change. Kia ora.
Baz, Lloyd, is any comment you guys like to make? No? Fine. Stephen, were you about to?
I was simply going to say it is one of the council's strategic priorities that it's identified, and of course that flows through into the LTP, and we need to demonstrate kind of how does that flow through and what activities kind of connect up with that, and eventually through, obviously, in terms of funding as well.
Right, thank you. Any other questions that we've got around the LTP? I mean, I appreciate, Rebecca, it's big from your committee's perspective, and I think I would just like to have one last question. So, Lloyd, you're quite right. The focus today has been on the audit, and I mean, I already sense the tightness of timelines, assuming that the status quo exists. I don't know whether there's any feeling about actually whether the status quo should change or whether we should relax, but I feel like we need to do it. That does look by me that we need to have the consultation document ready for audit if I got this correct, by the 13th of March, correct? Not a lot of working days between now and then in reality, probably given the challenges of it, and I think you've alluded to that already. So I do just want to divert from the audit to the risks around the project. We haven't focused on that today, but is there any particular red flags, amber flags, hopefully all green flags, with the project as it stands at the moment?
I think you rightly point out that the consultation document is obviously something which is an output of our budgeting process and so on. Having said that, there's a certain element of work we can do there in tandem, which is already underway in terms of assessing what are the possible consultation items, and then looking at not only what is the information that will be needed to support that from an audit and from a public perspective, but also in terms of the narrative which would sit around that. So we do have a draft consultation document being prepared under a number of scenarios at the moment. So we're hedging our bets as we go along, and right. As we firm up the budgeting process and so on, and what comes out of that, that'll be an important driver for us. And as councils be aware, we're moving into that in the next couple of weeks. So that is one approach that we're taking in terms of doing that in tandem. The other part is doing a lot of work around making sure that the documents that we provide for audit are in the best possible shape that we can give them. And that goes for everything from our controls sitting around it right through to our asset management, our condition data and so on. We put a lot of work into that this time, and we want to be in a position where we can show a significant step change, which we believe that we'll be able to do so as well. So, yep, there's a lot been underway. Having said that, I note that compared with the last time, we're about 6 months ahead of where we were last time. So, yeah. You know, so you know, time's tight. The universe is changing, and your crystal ball is as good as mine. But we do understand what the risks are sitting in with that, and I guess that we've all got the scars on our back to manage those risks as well.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I was just going to reinforce the point that Lloyd made about where we are compared to this kind of time in the last LTP, and we are definitely further down the track, and the way that we're managing within the organisation is a lot tighter, and with our steering group meeting every Friday, you know, it's a production line really in terms of all the documentation that needs to be done, strategies that need to be prepared. You know, we're sitting there with a draft infrastructure strategy in November, whereas, you know, kind of last time round it was probably March, to be honest. So we are ahead, and we needed to be, given the complexities of you know, this time round. But I do feel that we've got a very good program laid out. We know when things need to come together. It is tight, it always is, but I'm confident that we will get there, bearing in mind the risks that Lloyd talked about, and the timeframes are tight.
Yes, Wendy.
Just a follow-up question on that, because just interested in the steering group and the program governance you've got around this process and how that's the risk mitigation or oversight is going. So the question is really how that, how sort of after the risk starts to get higher, then you know how that process works. And I'm conscious there's more than one committee involved here as well as council. So I'm quite keen to understand how the escalation process happens to sort of say, okay, we're worried about this now, and we need to bring it to your attention. It's probably a little bit of something for me trying to come in, kind of understanding how the oversight of risk flows from that internal governance, the steering group, up to the committee levels and then council.
So obviously there's an escalation point from the steering group to the executive leadership team, but the steering group in effect almost is a majority of the ELT, apart from Barbara and Meredith Blackler, but there is that escalation point. But probably in terms of the interface with our elected members, we've got the mayors who under legislation has got the role of leading the development of the LTP with obviously the chair of that committee, and therefore there is strong dialogue with that group and obviously the full council through that committee and various programs of workshops and briefings where any of those kind of risks that you're referring to can be flagged, but also, kind of what the solution is and the mitigation. So that's kind of how that works.
Just at a level below that, in terms of steering committee, the 8 work streams which make up the LTP, the steering committee meets each week and looks at the dashboard around not only the work program, but that includes the risks which are sitting in there. And each of the critical leads of those streams are asked if there's an issue or risk, how is that changing, positively or negatively, and what needs to be done about it. So there's a level below that as well in terms of maintaining those risks, which goes up to the steering committee through the LTP program dashboard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, I want to just go to the resolutions, please, which is that we receive the information. We note the program timetable and indeed the warning, Lloyd, from you that the delays will impact on the adoption, and we've heard about the mitigations to try and avoid that. The positive news that we're there, and we note the Office Auditor General has provided, I think we should make it a verbal update, which is deeply appreciated, on the audit engagement at the meeting. And in fact, I think we should recognise the Office Auditor General and Audit New Zealand, because Karen, I do appreciate the fact that you're the person that carries the hard yards on this one. I do just reflect for a minor bit of administrivia that the engagement letter is obviously going to come between now and when we next meet, given we manage the relationship. But Stephen, perhaps it's just something that we will circulate around the Audit and Risk Committee when the engagement letter comes in and understand where that situation's at. Okay, we've got the 3 recommendations. Can I ask somebody to move? Thank you, Ray. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Wendy. I'll put the motion, please. Yeah, oh, sorry. Did you have your hand up?
No, I don't. It's just because it's sort of debate, it's not questions.
Well,
and I'm also very conscious that I'm not a member of this committee, so I have to wait my turn.
Thank you. I'm glad you got the message. That's great.
I guess I just wanted to, in following up from your question, Wendy, from a governance perspective, we had a very good meeting, I think, on the level of service kind of, and, to get those kind of, that big sort of series of decisions, out of the way much earlier in the process. And I guess, thinking about our role now, which is to kind of calmly and methodically work through the decisions that we have going into our meeting in February, and sort of getting into that kind of budgeting process. But I guess also that, what I think of our role, it's kind of to do what we can to provide certainty given all of the other uncertainties that are swirling around us.
And in fairness to my approach, Sarah, is anything you'd like to raise as a question? No, we're okay. Good. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. Rightio. So we have got the motions in front of us. Can I ask you to vote with your remote, please? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are going to break for morning tea, but I would just like to look at the procedural motion that we go into public excluded for essentially the rest of the, well, obviously all the matters that we've got under public excluded, and you can see them there in our recommendation, the Te Ke Inga update, and also the legal and risk updates, which we will take at the same, well, not at the same time, but following the Te Ke Inga update. For the reasons they're there, that's B and PX. I'm comfortable that they're good reasons, so I'm going to move from the chair that we move into PX. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Tony. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, Ray.
Sorry, Ruth, were you saying we're going to move into public excluded now, or before, or after morning tea? Or?
No, we're going to. All I'm wanting to do is to move us on so that staff can make certain the appropriate arrangements for in place to be in PX while we're going to have some morning tea.
Oh, yeah, yep, okay.
I don't think it matters whether the morning tea's in PX or not.
Yep, thank you.
Right.
Sorry, but
Yes.
Bruce, can I?
Diana, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Look, as you know, colleagues, I usually oppose going into PX. Happy to do so on this account. I think there's good reasons for it. And obviously just want to say that the story in today's post is deeply disappointing. It was unethical to for probably a colleague to pass on my email to a journalist. So very disappointing. Looking forward to discussion. Kia ora.
Thank you, Iona. I'd like to make some more comments on that when we get into PX. Can I also just note that actually I have asked Laura and Karen to stay. I think it's valuable for the auditor to be able to hear not just the takeover, but actually also litigation and the risk update as well. It's part of them being aware of it. So, sorry if I didn't mention this to you. Pardon? No, can I just want to add to the resolution that we agree that the OAG and Audit New Zealand reps stay in the room for PX. So, sorry, I didn't, oh, Tony, you seen it. Sorry, I made that change. You happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you could take your remotes, please, and please vote. Great, the motion's carried. So we're going to move into PX. Why don't we take a break? How long do folk need? I think 1:45 feels like about the right time. Thanks, Tony. Is that when you told them? Right, brilliant. Okay, thank you very much. for item 2.3, which is the strategic risk update. Thanks, Richard. We need to vote on that? Got to vote to move out of PX? No, I think we just do it, can't we? We have to vote? Or... Yeah, great. Yeah, so I thought, great. Welcome, Richard. And guest.
Thank you. Andrea Brooking is sitting next to me. She is works in the Mataho Aranui team here at Council, and my predecessor, Kim, has worked very closely with Andrea on developing this risk profile. That's why the two of us are here. Take the paper as read, just to point out this profile mirrors one of Council's strategic priorities, partnership with and outcomes, strengthening outcomes for Māori. And this risk profile, apart from informing this committee, is going to be used to track and support delivery of that outcome. So, happy to take any questions. Or Andrea, did you want to add anything?
Right, do we have questions for Andrea of Richard as far as this is concerned? I had a couple, or perhaps one general thing. In a sense, I'm comfortable with the analysis. But I was, as always, when you get a lot of information, I try and simplify it down to perhaps what I've experienced or what I've tried to understand. Where are we at in our internal capability in this area?
I haven't come prepared to answer that question in particular, but I do know that we have identified it as an area we do want to try and improve, and we're working closely with our people and culture team to work on a capability framework that is soon to be deployed across the organisation to help lift that to a higher level. But I don't want to give necessarily a current rating, because I'm not really
right.
Look,
appreciate it. Let's not get too worried about the numbers. I'm just interested, because I guess the premise I'm coming from, Andrea, is to meet the external facing risk that we fail on our treaty obligations, we actually have to have the internal capability in the first place. So that's the reason that I had, I guess my question, a mitigation presumably would be that in fact we are doing something internally to build up our capability.
And I think if we look at the overall current rating, and when we look at the controls and mitigations that we do have in place or planned, that we are actually in a really good position. So if we look at our Tupaki long-term strategy and action plan that we have in place, operationally at a management level, we're looking to deliver on that in a cross-cutting way across the organisation. We have our partnership agreement in place, so we have a number of things in our current climate that are also well aligned to our long-term planning and our other strategies and plans, which are setting us up well to deliver on the current Tupaki order strategy and our mana whenua priorities as they currently stand.
Brilliant, thank you. This is my question. Do anybody else in the committee have a question? Oh, yes, Iona, thank you.
But it's really brilliant that we've got this paper before us, and I presume Karapa is completely happy with it.
Yes, he is, and we very much just see it in keeping with all the other key strategies and plans. Another toolkit in your governance kete to make sure every opportunity for you to consider how we are or aren't doing on that particular strategy is put in front of you.
Thank you, Ray.
Sorry, no, I've got two specific questions. The effect on worker safety, I've raised my eyebrow a little bit. We have had deaths in our council, which is unacceptable, like from almost in the infrastructure area, and sometimes I think they have been Māori. So I just thought it was a little bit weak on that. Of course, it's the cultural safety stuff, but actual physical work too.
Councillor, I think it's probably more of a direct question in terms of our health and safety strategy and probably the health and safety report, but obviously we're not reflecting any deaths of any kind in that report, but I'm just not quite sure.
Well, I just think the way it's worded is not expected to directly impact Māori physical health and safety. actually, if we're taking a comprehensive approach to it, it should result in better outcomes for all staff who are doing physically dangerous work.
Oh, okay, I see. So in the worker health and safety section, we have evaluated the risk as minor. So we described the not expected to directly impact the kaimahi physical health and safety. So the non-delivery of tūpiki ora actions or the priorities of our tākahiri partners specifically are not expected to directly impact kaimahi's physical health and safety. But in saying that, we've said, however, could potentially reduce psychological safety for Māori staff who feel less valued by council if we don't give effect to those commitments that we've made.
Yeah, I guess I get that. I guess I just mean that it's, if we're looking at the whole partnership, then physical safety has to come in along with our health and wellbeing. Anyway, the other thing is around the environment. I thought that was a bit interestingly worded too, that it didn't sort of show a comprehensive understanding of what failure to protect our environment will do from a cultural perspective.
Okay, appreciate that. I mean, we have some challenges with the nature of the kaupapa in general is quite relational, political. In some instances, it can be harder to assess the individual risk categories as it's more open to, I guess, subjectivity and personal opinions than some other risk profile categories you have, such as infrastructure, which is a whole body of quantitative data and analysis which can sit behind it. So I understand you, I appreciate your views because these can be more subjective in this area.
Thank you, Anna. Sorry, I think it was Ray. You had your hand up and then it's Wendy.
Yep. Thanks very much. Has there been any consideration to the new government's policy regarding this? Is that likely to contradict anything that we're actually doing?
One of the strengths in terms of our mitigations is in our current alignment with our long-term planning processes and our other strategies and plans. So if directions do change and alignment becomes out of sync, then I think the risk rating would increase. We wrote this current to September 2023, so if things change, they'll come through per your risk management framework, which I believe is exceptions reporting up to this committee if things do change. We'll definitely be keeping a watching eye.
Councillor Chung, I'd just point out that unless the government changes the legislation in relation to how we operate, you know, it's business as usual. And of course, this council has committed to mana whenua through our strategic priorities and various other plans. So I don't think, unless the government changes legislation directly affecting local government, I can't see that having any immediate impact.
Wendy.
Thank you. Just a question on the risk assessment, the consequences page, which we've been working through. Is the consequence rating mitigated rating? Well, I'm just disaster mitigations or controls. I'm just, quite understand
no, this isn't the residual rating. Overall, this contributes to the current risk rating.
Yep.
And then in the risk analysis, we talk to the controls and mitigations we've got in place to give us an overall reduced risk rating. But that consequences table, you're right, that's the initial risks rating.
Okay, might not have picked up. So the current risk rating is?
It's critical high and the residual is low. There's a 5x5 matrix on, I think, the second or third page of the profile.
But that's the target residual, it's not the residual.
Target residual, that's correct, yeah.
So it's not a current rating?
Not the current is the inherent risk rating, sorry.
Okay, right, I'll probably have to just take that offline because it's not a assessment framework that I'm that familiar with.
Thank you. So the question in front of us by the motion is that we approve that this should be included as part of our strategic risk profile. And along with that, obviously receive the information and also really a procedural note that inadequate policies controls is coming to our next meeting. Do I have a mover and seconder for those motions? Ray, you doing that? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Iona, thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yes, Tony.
Yes, I've been listening to the discussion. I guess I'm just struggling. I think as Wendy has struggled, just to see is this really a strategic risk? Because I note, for example, that for me a strategic risk is a risk to a service or a program, and some of the elements of the program are actually in the controls, which is I find it a little bit unusual. So I just wanted to note that, and I'll take this offline, but I just feel I need to learn some bit more about the strategic risk framework to understand how these risks get assessed, because it seems to me that a number of the controls which are listed to be applied are applied, and therefore the residual risk has probably been achieved to a certain extent at least, and so, and in doing that, I'm thinking that, for example, it says that we have representation through a Māori ward member and Pauiwi. Well, we do have that, so that's in place. So I just want to understand, partly on behalf of the public, that I think we need a little bit more education on how the risk framework works, but I accept that this risk as tabled is needed. Thanks.
Thank you. Tony, any other comments folk would like to make about the motion? If that's the case, Ray, is there anything you want to say in response, or will I just put the motion? Okay, right, let's move the motion. Can you please take your remote and vote on it being added to our strategic risk, receiving the report and noting the other report that will come in February, please. I like that. Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Andrea. Appreciate your time, as well as you, Richard. Jamie, I presume, yes. Hi, how are you? CCO risks that impact on council strategic risks.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. This is a noting paper. It outlines how CCO risks are managed and reported, and CCO risks that have an implication for Wellington City Council strategic risks. So just to give a very brief overview, each CCO has a robust risk management framework and register that's reviewed regularly at executive and board level, and each CCO risk register is available to council to view on request. Each CCO board operates a finance, audit and risk committee that meets regularly throughout the year, the only exception being the cable car due to the size of the organisation. And CCO risks are operational risks as opposed to strategic risks, and these operational risks are managed through existing work programs. And CCO risks are formally highlighted and reported on as and when necessary as part of their quarterly reports to Council and their statement of intent to the LTP Finance and Performance Committee. So just to give an example of a CCO risk that contributes to Wellington City Council strategic risk, that one of those is the ongoing financial impact of COVID-19, which has been a significant challenge for several of our CCOs, and this risk is captured under our pandemic risk profile. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Folk, do you have questions for Jamie in terms of this paper? Can you talk to me about the options, please, at paragraph 18 and 19, Jamie? I'd be interested in those.
So there were a couple of options there. One is a potential improvement to how we how the CCO risks are reported could be for the strategic risk register dashboard, emerging risks content to include commentary on any new or increasing CCO risks that may have implications for council in the future. Or the other option is to continue with the current process of how CCO risks are reported.
Perhaps I've been a bit too cute. What's the problem that we're trying to solve with the option?
No, I don't think there isn't a problem. It was just more that if you wanted more information, that was one avenue to provide more information if required and necessary. But I don't think there isn't currently a problem to solve, so to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, I probably would just record, Jamie, that perhaps offline I would like to chat more about actually this committee's relationship with the CCOs. I probably don't easily buy into that that they're all operational. But having said that, I'm not sort of, I don't see any great risks that I know of, so I'm not overly worried. But I'd like to perhaps talk more broadly about actually the relationship of the CCOs with this committee in terms of us understanding our group risk profile. I appreciate they contribute to our strategic risks, but I'm not certain how, other than they get wrapped up somehow in the broad banner. But that's not a criticism. I'm just wanting to understand that.
Chair, perhaps just to say that our CCOs do come along, not every quarterly reporting cycle, but there is a quarterly reporting cycle from our CCOs, and that is another opportunity for them to, through Rebecca's committee, to flag up any risks. And if there were such risks that we felt that this committee needed to examine closer, that is another opportunity to kind of fire it back this way.
Thank you. Just one question, is paragraph 4, where you say the each CCO has a robust risk management framework and registered as reviewed. Does council do some work to satisfy itself about it? That's quite a that's providing a level of assurance there. But it talks about it's available to council to view on request. So I was wanting to understand whether there's a specific monitoring function or something that you actually is giving us that confidence to make the statement that it is actually being robustly risk is being robustly governed and managed.
So we review those as part of the statement of intents that each CCO provides. So each of those statement of intents has their risk registers as part of those documents. So there's an annual opportunity for reviewing those.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. As you say, it's a noting report, so the resolution is that we receive, we note the risks that have an implication for the group risks as you've outlined in your paper, and that we note that fulsome CCO risk information is contained in just what you've announced, said there before, and how it's reported through to the Rebecca's committee. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the motion? Thank you. Wendy, thank you, Tony. I suspect we should go straight to voting if that's okay, please. We could move to probably Sarah, I suspect, coming up with the insurance update. Very interesting, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Report sent out last week. It's largely an update on the work we've done to date on our insurance renewal, which is now complete. We were on the schedule for this last month, so it's quite nice timing that we can now come and say it's all done. With some good outcomes we received. We essentially got an extra 8% capacity for the same budget that we were planning at the beginning of the year. So it was a good outcome on the renewal overall. Some good work by officers to really rationalise some of the assets and things that we had within our policy. So we see that as a bit of a win. And the rest of the paper largely talks to the work done to date, but also the work we're about to embark on for within the insurance roadmap, which we've just celebrated our 1-year anniversary on. Yay. So I'll leave it at that. Any questions, I can leave it open to you if you had any sort of, or wanted any further detail on the content of the report.
Okay. Thank you for that, Sarah. The questions over the paper? Any? We're getting a reasonable, firstly, thank you, Sarah. It's giving me a strong sense. I actually wanted to just, okay. I was perhaps semi-concluding. Iona, I welcome your question, please.
Sarah, thank you so much for doing this work. It's brilliant that that's happening. I'm just wondering, is there going to be space to look at the impacts for people who are not on the council, just residents, because they're going to have we have the same issues. I personally have had a 35% increase in my insurance this year, so it's a real issue.
I think it's largely outside of the scope of this, Iona, but we're always conscious that we don't operate in isolation here, right? Wellington has these risks. We are experiencing them at council. We're very aware that residents are also experiencing these. There isn't any specific work outlined here, but I'm open to feedback on that if you wanted to sort of open a dialogue. I'm not sure how we could deploy this work in that way, but
yeah. So I guess then it's a question of process, about what process we could use to get you to enlarge. So, for example, some of the work might be looking at, are there innovative ways that apartment owners can get more cost-effective insurance?
Yeah,
insurance affordability, or there's a whole lot of issues.
There's certainly some innovative products that are coming through this piece of work that we're learning about all the time. In fact, just this morning I attended a risk forum with Aon, who are talking about things like parametric solutions that could offer new and innovative ways, like you say, of insuring property that doesn't exist in the traditional insurance market. We can be an advocate for that. We can promote that sort of conversation as we go through this process with the council, if that helps to meet that requirement. And in fact, one of my team members is working on a little bit of a think tank in this space, because these solutions are coming from the market to us, and they're not in their current offering, they're not a usable product, if that makes sense. So we are getting together with Aon, with the likes of Homes Construction and things like that, to develop up what the risk is in the Wellington context that can then be taken back to the insurance market to say, hey, this is our unique set of circumstances. Can you offer us a product in this parametric space here? So, these are very, we can be innovators in this space, and we are being innovators in this space, and that can be spread out to residents of Wellington, where there's a big concentration of risk there. My immediate off-the-cuff answer to that, without having actually done anything in that space, but that's where I sort of...
Okay, thank you, Iona. Whatever bit of accountancy's left in my body, I went to the report which said $260 million and a risk tolerance of 60.
Yep.
And I have no idea what an Altman Z score is. Somewhere I'd love to know, but I probably wouldn't understand it. Although I don't understand a current ratio, and I just wondered how relevant a current ratio was to a local authority. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. I take it these numbers are very real for us in our LTP, correct?
Yes.
I'm sending a nod from the boss over here,
the
Sarah.
Boss has given me a wink. Look, I think, Bruce, as we go through this process, we're getting more and more information. You've seen our graph of doom that we like to talk about, and things through other papers that we've brought to council. I guess this next step in the program, it's a reasonable piece of work. It's about taking that picture and really quantifying it, if that makes sense. So the risk tolerance piece that we've got in there is about looking at our balance sheet and what we could afford to withstand from an event, a one-off event to Wellington. If it was repeated, we're in real trouble. So it gives us a benchmark, if you like, for what our balance sheet could tolerate without taking a credit rating downgrade and those sorts of things. But it leads into that conversation around how we could deploy our capital better if we were, able to diversify some of our investment portfolio, etc., and how we can deploy that in a smarter way, rather than just having the headroom on our balance sheet. That's frankly a bit of a blunt tool. It's there and it serves its purpose, but it's about getting more strategic about that and quantifying it so that we can then make better decisions.
Look, I think I get that, and that's why I was interested in the final page of the report, which of course was the old roadmap. The last page of the roadmap paper, recognising now what are the next steps that the project is going on to. Mm-hmm. I was perhaps just reflecting the 260, and the 60 is what we're dealing with inside our LTP. I probably need to look at it a wee bit at Andrea that way. Perhaps I'm wanting to ask a slightly different question. Does that 260 and 60 million seem realistic to us as a receiver of this information? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The formula chucks out 260 and 60, but in terms of our experience we were at, does that actually make sense to us?
It's a proxy for the headroom that we've had to date, and it's based on information that we have now. So the analysis they did was very much at a point in time. It's not looking out over our long-term plan because the information that they had to inform that wasn't published. It was too stale from the 21 long-term plan. So it did take an isolated view of just the sort of 12 months that covered the annual plan. They are committed to reworking that once we do the long-term plan and we have more idea of how our balance sheet shapes up over that period of time. And we've definitely got them on the hook for that. At this point in time, it says that the 270 of headroom is roughly right, if that makes sense. So that's always been a little bit of a, finger in the air sort of assumption. In 2021, that was the right number because that was the capacity we had to be fully insured to replace all of our assets. Time's gone on, our risk profile has changed, our understanding of our risk profile has definitely evolved, and so that 260 won't be fit for purpose for the future. We need to do better things. And having that off our balance sheet is, the headroom, which has been a blunt instrument but useful in the past, having that off our balance sheet, it will, the value of that credit will be better deployed when we put it into a capital solution that works better for council.
Okay.
Lots of words, sorry.
No. I'm just trying to understand that. And I mean, the other thing that I was interested in was I want to call it the self-insurance fund. Sorry, what do we call it? The 1.5, 1.6 we put aside each year.
Yes, yep.
With a sense that actually,
insurance reserve,
as a barrel, it's getting a wee bit low. Or rather, as a barrel, it is increasingly being caught on in terms of the annual contributions. So consequently, its reserve capability is marginalised.
Correct, yes. So it has built up over a number of years, and it's sort of muddling along at about 10 to 13 million over the last couple of years. This year we will draw more on it. I've actually got my senior insurance advisor has actually worked up some solutions to bring, hence the point in there about, we'll bring that back to you, about whether that 1.5, 1.6 million a year is right. The more little car crashes and pieces of graffiti and pianos that we have to replace, the more pressure it's going to put on that thing, on that fund. So she has quantified what it should be. I was too scared to bring it today with the the constraints we have, but we're working on that, I think, is the
So, I mean, the use of that, the 260 and the 60 is all part of what do we consider as acceptable risk.
It's all part. It's all part of the catastrophe risk. That's the big.
And I understand that, and I'm just also conscious that we're getting almost real-time information, which is great. So I'm not criticising the information I'm getting. I'm also trying to plug it in with the need to do a long-term plan, and I'm just trying to work out how that all fits together.
Yeah.
I think if I could just note, within the financial strategy that we developed for the 24-34 long-term plan, our exposure is going to be the one kind of big risk that we have to navigate. And we are looking at the different, the insurance roadmap is a really critical element of that. One other thing that we are doing is looking to consult on the establishment of a PIF, a perpetual investment fund, through sale of airport shares, if that is something that progresses through this process, but we'll certainly be consulting on that. The intent there is very much to think about our insurance risk and mitigate it, because of course, what we are seeing within this report is we can't keep doing the same thing we have always done and hope for a better result, because that's not what the trends are pointing to. So very much looking at what are the alternatives that we as a council have to mitigate that within our entire balance sheet. So that is something that we'll be developing as part of our draft financial strategy, at least for consultation, and it will form part of the consultation document.
Brilliant. Oh, that's great to know, because I think that's perhaps a great way to leave it for me anyway, that is where we're getting to with the LTP, that this is getting integrated, which is fine, albeit you've got another couple of years to go on your roadmap. So I understand their point. If I get any other questions you'd like to ask of Sarah while we've got her. Can we move to the motion, please, which is we receive, we note, and we endorse the ongoing education of the work plan given the challenging execution. Who said you would? Must be a long day, sorry. The execution of the work plan given the challenging economic climate. Oh, Iona, sorry, you've got a question, sorry, or a point?
No, I was going to offer to move the paper.
Oh, thank you. And do I have a seconder? Keen to keep me moving on. Well done, Iona. Thank you, Ray. Is any discussion? I presume not. Can we?
Oh, sorry, Bruce, just really, really briefly. Yeah, look, this is absolutely critical work, and I would like this committee to be very engaged in it. We've got a bit more time because we've had so many other things to talk about it, and I do think we need to look at insurance risk for the rest of the city. Obviously, we need to look after ourselves, but everyone is going to be stung with high costs, and we're going to have to think about the way we manage that and respond to it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Iona. Appreciate your moving. I'll put the motion. If you could use your remote, please, that would be great. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate your time this afternoon and probably the wait you've had. I hope you got some work done while you've been sitting there. Oh, yeah, you guys, welcome to the meeting. Great to have you here. Good timing. If we could get the salient points from you, TJ and Wendy, that would be wonderful.
Kia ora koutou, katoa. We've taken the paper as read and only really want to comment on the fact that it's been a pretty busy quarter for the health and safety team. While focusing on business as usual, our other key focus has also been across two key projects, which has been around our review of our safety management system and our critical risks. So other than that, they are quite large projects. We've outlined some updates in the report. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate that. Folk, do we have questions for TJ or Wendy? Can I ask a dumb question? Because I should know the answer. So, but I'll ask it in case others. I mean, it also partly relates to the classification issue you had. But can you remind me, in terms of our extreme risks, what is the definition of extreme natural event?
Those would be your large weather events.
That's a weather event?
Mostly, but earthquakes and the likes.
Right. Okay. Brilliant.
It goes to my point of I wouldn't expect to see any given what we've experienced over the last 3 months. Right.
I was interested. I'm looking at paragraph 10 where you compared the risks. I should know the number there. I can't count them up. With the way this goes across the group. The groups within the organisation. I mean, obviously, there will be a relationship between the nature of the risk and how broadly across the organisation it goes, but presumably there's also other factors that take into account why these become the critical risks. It won't be presumably just the relationship with the number of groups it goes across.
Yeah, it's not just the prevalence, but mostly centres on what the potential outcome could be.
Yeah, thank you.
And so these are the risks that could lead to fatalities.
And look, the other question I had was, is there... by the way, I like the form of the report, thank you, and the 4 categories you've got. So I am looking here at lead indicators, which is your health and safety reps. So you're targeting 1 in 20, 1 in 19, you're at 1 at 40, 1 in 49. I presume as the lead indicator that isn't the desired number, given 1 in 19 is. Is this a particular significant matter for you? Is it a big focus? Can I ask that?
Are you referencing the health and safety representative ratio?
Yes, I am. Yeah, because I take it what we're talking here, I mean, the 1 in 19 is presumably, as in contrast to the 1 in 49, is presumably desirable because we have a more engaged staff, a stronger culture around health and safety than perhaps might be achievable with 1 in 49.
Yeah, so the 1 in 19 is what is prescribed through the Act, and we are above...
Right, that's a legislative requirement.
I believe it's a legislative requirement, yes. And so that's what our target is based on, but we often exceed that, especially in our higher risk areas.
Right, okay. That's very interesting. Well, I'm good to ask that question. Okay, folk, are there other questions? Yes, Wendy.
Thank you, and thank you. It's good to see this report coming back. I had two questions, and there's probably more getting an understanding of the trajectory of what this committee might expect in the future. The critical risks, as that work's completed, is there a plan to sort of give us a little bit more of a flavour of the nature of the critical risks and the controls, and to give us a deeper dive, if you like, into each of them?
Absolutely. It's our intention, once the full project is done, that there will be a summary report that we'll bring to this committee.
Great. And then the second question is sort of leading on that, going to the incidents, which is there's a risk rating breakdown there. With the higher, I guess it comes back to the nature of these could be quite varied. Just giving that threshold of what gets reported up to this committee, if it's high, just to give you an actual flavour of the nature of the incident. Familiar with that in other contexts. So just wondering what the plan was for that kind of reporting.
Absolutely.
Stabilise it.
In the past, we have brought critical events in detail to this committee, and that's events that have had quite critical outcomes as opposed to just ratings. And you'll note from the commentary in the report that some of those higher risk rating events had minor outcomes, but given the frequency of how they show up in the risk assessment matrix, they do rate quite high.
So sorry, you will come back with more.
If there are critical events that come up in the quarter, we will bring them in detail to this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Any other questions folk would like to raise about the health and safety report? Slightly off-piste question, Wendy. And I perhaps was looking at the graphs to try and work this out. Do we have a trend of increased risk from health and safety over the summer months?
Not generally that we've picked up on. Obviously, our communication tools through our newsletters and any other means, we're advising staff about the change in seasons and coming into the holiday season and things like that. It is something that we do keep an eye on. So if we do see trends changing, then it's something that we work with our business partners and across the organisation with.
It's not something that we would have noticed as a trend here in the past.
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Look, Mike, don't let me leave. I mean, that's fine. I'm glad. I asked that, though, on the basis that actually at a couple of my other commitments, we have noticed an uptick always in the summer months around health and safety. And I just, for what it's worth, it may be specific to the places other places I go to. So I'll leave it at that. But I just didn't know whether we'd had that looking forward about the potential uncertainty around health and safety. Okay, that's cool. Can we move to the Oh, sorry, Ray, and then Tony.
Sorry, one question about the waterfront safety. That's actually quietened down quite a bit. Has there been any more consideration about how safe our waterfront is? Or has there been any perceived increase in danger over the summer months, perhaps?
I mean, we've had no further reporting on it as such. The waterfront team has been working through a number of concerns or issues that have been raised previously, and we're working closely with them, with that team, but nothing that's come out since then, no.
Thank you. Tony, you're going to move, I take it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a seconder. Thank you. Somebody? I'll second. Oh, thank you, Wendy. I knew you'd second it if I looked at you long enough and hard enough. So thank you very much. Can I put the motion, please?
Can I speak to it?
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I was trying to be quick here. Sorry, go for it, buddy.
No, I just wanted to commend you guys for the work that you're quietly doing. Often we have discussions about what good frameworks look like, and I think this is an excellent example of good framework. We've had discussions earlier today, for example, about the increased level of personal confrontation that's being experienced by council staff, which is not a good thing, but in your dashboard it actually reflects it too, and you can see a good reporting framework is working when you can see that the key indicators are reflecting the other information that we're getting through on specific issues. And so I just thank you for the effort, and I please keep on doing what you're doing, because it's in some respects unrewarded effort on the side of trying to keep people safe, but I think you're doing a good job, and I think your reporting is excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, and well said, Tony. So could the rest of you complete your voting? Because I think I got in advance of your good response. How you going, Ray? Can I take it you're trying to vote for it? Just say aye. Thank you. The motion's carried. I'm sure we can pick up your vote as we go forward. Right, Richard and John, if we could have a quick chat about the integrity program, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello again. Take the paper as well. Just wanted to point out a little gremlin that snuck in on paragraph 8, bullet point 3, which says remove the completion of the internal controls initial controls assessment. That's the piece of work we've done, and that's on the basis why we're proposing removing the significant service contracts audit. So just pointed that out. Thanks.
Any comments you'd like to make, John, on the work?
No, I think the report stands as is.
Brilliant. Okay, folk, do we have comments on the paper? Can you just remind me, Richard, the speed management BCR review? We always seem to have interesting reports coming through. Again, perhaps a bit like earlier discussion in PX. What's the follow-up on this one?
We've committed to coming back to this committee with both the recommendations from speed management, also the privacy breach that came out of the same event.
Yeah.
That's the follow-up that we've come to.
Okay.
It's really to report on progress against those recommendations that were approved.
So I think there were 3 recommendations from the speed management. 2 were in Liam's area and 1 in Chief Operating Officer.
Yeah.
May be overtaken by national government events as well on speed management.
Yes.
I think Liam's intending to bring something back in February around, from a policy perspective on what the council should do next on speed management.
Right, okay, cool. Look, that was probably a reasonably efficient report, and probably, Tony, you could practice your speech with these guys as well as the one that you gave to health and safety, because I think that's actually, what I'd like to say is that actually this is important stuff for me. I've said already today, we're risk and assurance, so I'm very keen that we keep this going, and indeed we can see the work that you're going to do, because I'm looking particularly at the table at paragraph 14 or page 149 of the agenda. So I'm still comfortable with the direction of travel. I'm very keen to see the results. And obviously we've given you another piece of work earlier in PX, so that's great. Do you have any other comments folk would like to make before I seek a mover of the motion? There being none, would somebody like to move and second the motion, please? Thank you, Tony. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ray. Tony, is anything you'd like to say to your motion? Thank you. Just trying to make certain I follow good form. Can we please vote on this? And I think we have you've taken us in good fashion to what actually we did last time, which was take the last 2 papers as one.
Exactly.
You've now got 1 paper for 2 items, which is I really think we need to split this one up, Stephen.
I'll just take it as read.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got the action items, and look, that looked fine from my perspective, but I would invite debate on that if you would like it. Then we have the forward work program as well. So we have any comments? Yes, Tony.
Yes, I've just got a question around the actions listing. It's been a bit of an ongoing thing with council papers around the actions tracking, and just whether we could get an update, about whether there's going to be moves to make it a little bit more accessible.
Yes, we've been working hard on that, and we just need to find the right forum to update all of council. Jennifer Parker's leading a piece of work in terms of making this actually available to the public in real time, including the record of the meeting, the minutes, the videos, and the action tracking, and be able to actually click on it, find out where things are, and actually download it, Tony, so that you could extract it and play with it. So probably we just need to find the right forum to give you a bit of a demo in terms of where we're moving to, and that's planned to basically be implemented early next year.
Okay, well, that's good news. Thank you.
Stephen, and I just wonder if there's, and perhaps Richard, given I think you've been covering this as well, there's one dot in here that I'd just like to signal. It's 2 meetings away. On the 8th of May, we have our annual refresh of our strategic risks. I think I might have said to one or two of you already today, I'm very keen that we align that with we'll still be at that stage, our proposed long-term plan. And or I'd rather defer it until we've got a long-term plan that we feel we can be committed to. Because what I would like us to do is to do a sense check that the strategic risks we have do actually relate to the strategic priorities we're trying to achieve. And so I'd like to see that as part of it's a bit workshoppy, isn't it? But the workshopping process of actually doing that refresh of it. So it's a couple of meetings away, but if I could just give sort of a headline that I would be keen to see, that to me that's pretty important. It almost goes back to really your point, Wendy, actually just trying to start thinking through just the refresh, and you've given us fresh eyes. How does this all get lined up? And I want to make certain our strategic risks aren't far away from, or in fact more importantly, are lined up against our key directional document. Be good to know, okay? Other than that, that's fine, it's comprehensive, and I appreciate the nature of the work that's been outlined here. Rightio, with that, folk, can we move to the motion, which is that we receive the information? A mover and a seconder. Thank you, Wendy. I was holding my breath here. I'm now holding my breath for a seconder. Great. Now, Wendy, would you like to speak to your motion?
You can move into.
Pardon?
You can move into.
Oh no! Look, that's a long story. Can you please take? It's getting the end of the day, isn't it? Can you please take your remote, please, and vote? Right, thank you. The motion is carried. I think, according to that, Stephen, I've got no more business. We're done. We're done for the year. Look, thank you for that. I think every meeting this year, Stephen, we have decided to bite off a reasonably crunchy item, today being a stellar example of that. Again, look, as we close off, I would just like to express not only my gratitude again to my committee members and other fellow members, but Stephen, to you personally and to your team as they have serviced the committee for the year. I've been deeply grateful. Marcella, you're in that as well. I don't know whose team you fall under, but I take it you're his boss anyway. That's what I would expect. Thank you all for actually what you've brought to the committee this year. We haven't been, as I said, without our challenges and topics. But I appreciate the way in which we have carried that out. You guys have been a big part of it. I think, Stephen, when we were preparing this, you said, this is a good agenda, isn't it, Bruce? And I had no trouble in saying it is a very good agenda. I'm sure we'll do other things we want to add and subtract to it. But actually, if you think about today, just standing back, apart from the fact it's 2:30, we've had a good discussion. Now, we can probably, I'm sure, improve it as the next year goes on, but boy, you've given us a good base. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm grateful to all the staff that have stuck around, grateful particularly to our colleagues from Audit New Zealand and OAG. We've appreciated that you're an addition to the team in a sense this year, and appreciate that you have hung around as well. So with that, I'm going to declare the meeting closed. Wish you a happy Christmas, and complete with the Karakea, please. Would you join me in saying it? That would be great. Unaunahi, Unaunahi, Unaunahi ki te uru tapanui, ki teia, kia mama, ki tinana, ki wairua, I te ara rongo, whakairi ake I roonga. Kia te ara. Thank you. That's the meeting closed.